Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to day two of the 2026 BC Open Snooker Championship. It's David Burney in the booth here at Top 147. Got a great match to kick things off here with Omar Balsera taking on Dermat Divine. Best 2 out of 3. Hannah Lisovenko is our referee. We are on Ox YouTube billiard page. So unfortunately, we're having a little issues with our friends over there at YouTube with our BCBSA page. So Ox is where you'll find us. Come on down and enjoy, and we'll be getting underway very shortly with our match.
Did you turn it on?
All right, there we go. We just had to get our referee mic'd up. It looks like Dermat Divine is set to break off. This best of 3 match. You can go over to bcbsa.ca, click on the events tab over there, and you'll see the BC Open there, and that will transpose you over to the link, the QPAL link, where you can see all the updates as it's moving day here. We had 8 groups of 5, 1 group of 4, but 24 players will be moving on to the knockout phase. Starts tomorrow at 9 a.m. We already have 8 players in there from the qualifiers, last year's champ, and the shootout champ. And our chat is active and lively. Feel free to tune in if you have any comments or questions. Also let us know where you're tuning in from. And I hope you're enjoying the early onset of Friday snooker action here in BC.
Paul? Omar, or
So 4 points towards Omar, but not really anything easy on, so relatively safe for him. Looks nice to get behind the blue. Omar, who used to be on the circuit a lot, actually was part of the package when we opened up bays back in 2020. He and Dave Daly were part of Team USA. Mr. Ormkey Mark, tuning in from Scotland. Great to hear that you're tuning in. Scotland definitely has got its good share of snooker players over there. Definitely one in particular, a young man named Stephen Hendry. Definitely rewrote the book on snooker, that's for sure. So
Bernie long. Good. Very extension. Here. Here.
Omar's been playing a while, doesn't have one of those telescopic butts. Needs all the redwoods here. It's a gentle shot as that black is open.
One.
Nicely done.
I cannot take it. Okay. So give me that. Just give me.
Just referee Lisovenko clarifying that she cannot take a piece of equipment off the table. See players, if they have that rest on the table and as they're taking it off, knock it into a ball, it is a foul. Yeah, looks like Omar's in here first. Got a few reds he can clip off with
8.
his black.
Nine.
It's got an angle to come up into the pack here and open it up off this black. Missed the pack and missed the pot.
Omar. 9.
This left Dermat a mid-range red into the opposite corner pocket, and the black will be just sitting there. Looks like Dermat just needs a little extra bit of lumber there. Could have sold it at a lot worse, yeah. Omar not wanting to take that risky red. So just going to glance off, hopefully get it behind the blue off a couple of cushions. Still got safe though. So maybe a little tactical battle in the early stages. This best of 3 round robin match. Who's ever to falter on this safety exchange could be in a world of trouble. Black over the pocket, and the reds are kind of spaced out. But I think Omar, in a bit of bother, did a nice tap on the table. Appreciate the shot that his opponent took on. Dermat just coming back to see. So put it back. Real advantage there for him, so I'll happily take the 4 points and give Omar another chance.
Are you agree?
Nice to see the players helping out the referee as well. Sometimes it can be difficult to on those respots. Much better second attempt here. But there is a shot for Dermat here. Good friend Mark, is that Mark Williams, but not that one? I see Mark in your handle name, but yes, I will be over in Sheffield again at the end of April, early May, to take in the World Championship. Go over with my trusty Pentex 35mm cameras and take some photos. So, too bad you're not going to be there, Mr. Orkney Mark. It's great news to hear that the World Championships will stay in Sheffield until 2045. That's one debate that now can be put to rest, because there's a lot of concern with the lease coming up next year. Yeah, first glance, he looks like he's all right. Omar does have a red into the yellow pocket. It's a long pot. Looks like he might be trying to double this into the left middle. You know, thin cut. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised he didn't take that red left of the pink into the yellow pocket. Could run through a bit. Be on the pink into the top right, but nevertheless, he knows what his percentages are. Wow. Found the gap quite nicely there. It's not good here for Dermat. We're just mapping it up. Gonna clip off this red into the right middle, but just wants to judge the pace correctly so he can be on that relatively easy black top left corner.
One.
And he's okay. Some first morning jitters. He's left a nice, easy opener here for Dermat. What can you make of it? Pulled pink and black on its spot. Not sure if there's a path for that black into the top left corner, but definitely pink goes into at least 3 of the 4 pockets in the business end of the table. Nice to see we're getting a few spectators come in, but if you are deciding to come and see us here at Top 147 or at Van 147, just be at a distance. Give the respect to the players and their players' opponents. Sometimes we see a little chit-chat with the fans. And there might be friends or family members, but sometimes that talking can be misconstrued as coaching. Done well to avoid the reds and still be on the pink. Looks like Babla 3315. Good morning to you as well. Any predictions for the semifinals? Oof, that's a loaded question. Very early on. And we haven't even got to the knockout phase. You know, you can't knock off the defending champ Rex Huey, as he knows what it takes. He's gone the distance. You know, our snooker journeyman Charlie Brown plays in every tournament. He's got to be up there. John Horsfall, great 9-ball player, actually broke in to snooker when Ronnie O'Sullivan, Mark Williams, yes, that one, and John Higgins got into professional snooker, so he definitely knows his way around, but hasn't played a lot recently, competitively. But the muscle memory is there for John. Dave Daly as well was a semi-finalist last year, and so was John Robertson. John Robertson will start his campaign as he won a qualifier earlier in the season to put himself right into the knockout phase. Doesn't have to play in the round robin. Dermat's doing a good job here. I feel on the onset I think Omar might have been the favorite. It's always in these tournaments, the big ones, you know kind of who the favorites are, the ones that should go there, but sometimes who's that dark horse that's just going to surprise everybody and kind of come out of nowhere and just put together a good tournament and have a great weekend. Yeah, Dermat's definitely feeling it right now. I knew, like, you know, once you get into the balls here, they were opened up and
29.
doesn't have to do a lot, just hit some small compact shots. I really appreciate our friends at Ox Billiards from stepping up. They allowed us to use their channel for our stream. We really appreciate that. And good morning to our good friend Gary Spence chiming in, and as well Hello from Winnipeg. Nice to see Winnipeg's own Donnie Chemesky in the room yesterday. He's playing his other round robin matches at Van 147.
Thirty-six. 37.
He's got a bit of a tough shot here. Looks like he's eyeing up the pink. Here's the black that goes as well. We'll just be waiting for Josh Grant, as you can see. Unfortunately, Josh had a little injury. He's got a little brace on his right leg, but a true competitor. Wanted to come out and play in this great tournament.
Dermat. 37.
So nice 37 break there by Dermat. Blair Major has the high run of the tournament so far at 77. He'll be in action actually on our TV table after this. So here's a chance for Omar to get right back. Maybe he ran just a bit much on that red. Wanted to be a bit higher on it, maybe even straight to go into this top right.
Four.
And he's got an angle on the brown to come back down table, but that's a tricky shot. See him easy just rolling up to the green here. There might even be an angle on the green as well to come down table. Yeah, you're going to need a great pot here to keep it going.
7. Omar. 7.
Yeah, he's left a little thin cut there for Omar. Only trails by 13 points in this first frame, best of 3. Yeah, we do miss you in the room, Gary. Hopefully that health clears up and you can be back here next year, but you're always here in spirit.
5.
We do appreciate everybody that comes to help out behind the scenes. You know, we're always going to have players, because everyone, as soon as they pick up a cue, they want to play in those big tournaments, but it really helps a lot when we have some great disciplined people in the community putting the cue aside and deciding to officiate, scorekeep, run, commentate, or just be a runner, maybe grab some lunch for us. It really helps out a lot. It'll start to give a more professional feel as well. That's what we're striving for. Have the nice proper dress code for these players.
Foul and me. 7 to Omar.
It's going to be an interesting spot for referee Lisovenko, but smart move by Omar. As you can see, this is quite a routine red.
1.
Maybe a bit straight on that black. Would have liked an angle and maybe a little angle on that pink. But I don't know if there's enough to disturb those two reds.
8.
Gotta be careful.
Omar. 8.
It's got the lead, but red's pretty close. Don't think the pink is blocking the path. Obviously, a little bit of distance going from one side of the table to the other. Dermat just wiggling around, just trying to get comfortable, trying to stay still. Nicely struck, thought about it a little bit, as they say, wiped its feet before it went down to the bottom of the pocket. A good angle on this pink to just slowly stun down for the red along the top cushion. Just a bit pacey, but does have an angle. Clip off the red, push it up table to the bulk area, and hopefully get his cue ball behind the black. So it is 48 apiece. He's giving a good effort. Needs to roll.
7. Let me mark.
Referee Lisovenko just put in a little mark with that white tailor's pencil just in case there's a respotted white. Dermat might be in a bit of trouble here. Yeah, that red just kept rolling and rolling, so this is a great opportunity for the first frame to Omar. Yeah, he's not going to miss those long reds.
1.
to the blue. Not too happy with that, and that ball is not going to drop in the pocket. That's all right. Break continues. I'd like to have an easier green than this. But nicely struck by Omar. Yeah, it's a mid-range shot. He's making it tough on himself, but didn't leave that brown out. It's actually gone pretty safe, so 10-point advantage for Omar with 22 points on the table. Dermat not out of this frame just yet. And this is another one that's going close to one of those bulk pockets. Well, thanks for those kind words, Gary, but I do have to give credit where credit is due. I was doing, I believe, the perhaps a championship back in 2022 in Toronto, and Kevin Patrick, the head referee of that tournament, well-regarded referee in Canada, he showed me that little trick with the paired-on cue ball marker. As the paired-on one has a little notch right in the middle, so he says when you bring that down, you mark your cue ball, you pull the cue ball away, and you put that tailor's pencil, a little mark in that notch. Just remember the angle where you put it at, and then bring back your cue ball, take away the marker, and let them play on. And it really kind of speeded up the play a little bit, the confusion of where the cue ball went. It had great pinpoint placement when you use that marker. Actually did mention it to Brendan Moore, great professional referee over in Sheffield one year, and he just told back to me, he's like, well, you're inferring that the player is going to miss. Not sure about that. I think they even have now, I think there's some technology out there where they have lasers that will come down and put images on the table for any respots. Our good friend Christian Youngers is in the chat. Great to hear from you, Christian, and thank you guys over there at Ox Billiards. Really appreciate you guys letting us use your channel. Something's going on with YouTube and the, trying to get the BCBSA channel up there. We've got a good little family here in the Pacific West. I always joke around with the American friends in the Washington area that they're the Pacific Northwest, and I guess if you could look Vancouver geographically in Canada, wouldn't it be the Pacific Southwest? Something to debate, but agreed, Christian. He's just giving kudos to Lance on a good job. I'll pass along the good message, and yeah, Lance is doing a wonderful job. He actually had to jump in to do a little scorekeeping this morning because our scorekeeper was MIA. Hopefully he's doing all right. He is a player in the tournament, so hopefully he can show up for his match. But he is a youngster. He's got to learn a little bit of responsibility. When you say you're going to be somewhere, you better be there. I don't think Dermat's going to like this outcome, so this should be first frame. Omar just waiting for the adjacent table. It looks like Ken Jewett might have been taking a shot. Nice routine pink there, and Omar Balsera takes that first frame by a score line of 66 to 53. So we'll step aside for a short break, and we'll be right back. And we're back. Frame 2. Dermat was in. Looks like he was pretty strong, but Omar slow and steady. Had a few small breaks, clipped away at that lead, and eventually took it. Definitely a big match for Omar. A little issue with the scheduling function. We are using QPAL this year. QPAL's will you'll find all the results, and players are to download it on the smartphone. Pretty much most, I'd say, all the players that we have on the circuit now, everyone's got a smartphone, so players are instructed to sign up with QPAL. And that way they can get actually notifications. They'll get alerts saying when their matches is, and also 2 hours before their match their phone will go off. So great little piece of equipment that Malad Sonji and his team has developed. And our good friend David Fisher, or Fisher I should say, my apologies, David Fisher is now scorekeeping. Did great work yesterday. It's a great seat to be. Can't have any obstructive views, got a job to do. The best seat in the house. Yeah, so just going back to the Omar note, I guess something kind of hicked up that he only had Omar now living on the east coast of North America. For a long time he was out here on the west, and I thought he was still out on the west. So he's letting me know that something happened with the time, and it looked like his was scheduled for 1 and 3. So not sure exactly what fully happened there. Obviously there might be a few kinks in the system for QPAL. It's the first time we're using it. But on a whole, I think everyone's been really impressed by it. And as well, we had a little hiccup with a player coming to the wrong venue. A little tricky sometimes. You know, we're here at Top 147, and our other venue is Van 147. So, teaching those players read the fine print. Nice plant there. Not the toughest plant, obviously, with the red in the jaws of the pocket. Once again, a few reds spread out there. If he can get down to the business and business end of the table, he'll be in business. Gary is correct. The referee does have the best view of the match, but boy, the pressure to be on a ref, and it's hard work. We do have to give kudos to our referee. You know, they're at the table for the entire match. These players, when they're not shooting, they can go back to their chair, recover a little bit. But referee Lisovenko's on her feet. Fortunate enough, all the players are very gracious of having the referee. Most of the events we don't. It's self-refereed, so they get a little treat here at the BC Open. And you'll see a lot of the players helping out the referees when it comes to some tricky respots from time to time.
Core.
Well, there's a nice thin cut on that red. Just don't know if he's pushed that red in the way. It looks like the brown. He can get by the brown. It does go into the yellow pocket. Maybe just popped up a little early on that shot. As you watch with Omar, he pretty much only gets up when he knows his object ball is in the bottom of the pocket. surprising. Yes, I agree. I see Manhattan is chiming in, giving kudos to Ox for helping us out. Yep, these are always team efforts.
Dermat one.
An interesting shot by Dermat. So the easier shot here for a left-hander. This could really kickstart Omar's campaign. He's already up a frame, just needs one more. And with that scheduling issues that he had yesterday, unfortunately those resulted in a couple losses. He'd love to be the winner of the group. It's going to be tough with all of those 2 losses there, but
R3.
Omar should be pushing his way there, but if Dermat can play spoiler here, obviously he's trying to get on to the next round too. Then those are tricky cuts right there. I think it's off the cushion a little bit. Yeah. I loved it to be glued to the cushion. The idea is it looks like that red. It's really close to the top left corner on the left side. That might be glued to the cushion. Use your object, or use your cue ball to hit that object ball and the cushion at the exact same time, and then we'll just hug down that rail. But maybe it wasn't there. Maybe just a millimeter off the rail. Very carefully, it didn't go in off. Yeah, cluster 3 reds is a little bit, well, it's formed a little triangle, and maybe, as we see it there, the one on the right bottom might go, but obviously it doesn't because Omar's not fancying it. Flurry of snooker action in North America recently. Just 2 weeks ago, we saw Renat Danka hoist the Master Q Billiards Championship. We're in Markham, over at Wei Gao's club. Great tournament there. And then the next weekend, we're in Seattle for the U.S. Masters, which I was there down to commentate. Now we're up here in the Vancouver area at the BC Open. So unfortunately everybody next week there's not going to be any snooker action, but The National Snooker League is in its first year. It's kicked off. It's had a couple matches already. You can find them on the National Snooker League TV on YouTube. They're doing great stuff over there. Our good friend James Power, really kind of trying to give snooker an identity. As us in North America, we know of big Monday night football and hockey night in Canada on a Saturday night. So they're wanting to develop Tuesday night snooker. Doing some good numbers, that's for sure. Some good matches. Our friend Rob Richards in Ontario has provided some commentary there. I believe I'll be jumping on and doing a match here and there. And that's going to lead up to a Judgment Day in, I think, early May or late May, and leading up to a big tournament in Toronto to find out who will win that inaugural National Snooker League. So, lots of good stuff. Talking to our good friend Charlie Brown. What a shot that was by Dermat. I think just a little subtle raise of the hand. But going back to talking to Charlie last night, he's just like, he's just amazed of how much snooker action is going on and the growth of it, and seeing new faces. Obviously, there's some of the old guard. I think we got to give a tip of the cap to our good friends at WST. World Snooker Tour came out about a year and a half ago with WST Play. Because obviously when I tell friends I'm commentating on some snooker, they think it's some weird party trick. Not a great game that's played on a table that you see in front of us. And so WST Play enables us over in North America to check out great snooker action of the professional ranks, and as well they have the on-demand function. As Mark Williams, not that one, but he's over in Scotland, can attest. He's about 8 hours ahead of us, so he's more into the prime time of his evening, maybe getting close to supper time. That was always the tough part here on some stream platforms. They showed live snooker, but once the live event was done, it would just disappear, and then it maybe would go up on YouTube, but it was a little tough watching it on YouTube. As you see the running time, you might know if it's a whitewash or a long drawn out match. So our friends at WST created that WST Play, and if you love snooker, it's the worthwhile subscription. I highly endorse it. I'm highly endorsing some good action here by Omar. Another open red, then he's going to have to get into things after this brown and red. As you can see, he's got a little bit of an angle there. This might be going in the pocket. This might be going in that pocket. It's part of the game. Flukes do happen. It's not like our other cue sports like the 9-ball. It's called shots. You'll see a lot of these players usually raise the hand in an apology for the fluke. Christian Youngers, if he's still in the chat, can help me out there. Just, there's been a lot of snooker action over the last bit that there when we were down in Seattle. It seemed like there was one match that there was just actually more flukes than snookers, it seemed like. Need to find our good friend Dave Hendon, the statistician, or maybe even Phil Yates. He knows a lot about this great game. Our friends over in the UK. What frame of snooker had the most flukes in it? Some of you in the chat or online, maybe you can do some research there and find out. This is a big red to take on if he's going for it. Didn't fluke a red. Oh, and he's gifted an opportunity. Omar has red into the right middle. Tricky left, obviously he'd use the rest for the top left corner, so.
One.
Good angle on the black to come up for that red near the green pocket. Certainly thought about it, and as that cue ball,
Well,
it's found the bottom of the pocket. Can you believe that? So, for all those newcomers, when you do go in off with your cue ball and it goes into the bottom of the pocket, as you can see on the top of the screen, there's a D going along the bulk line. And actually, the bulk line really has no purpose on a snooker table. They do play the great game of billiards on this table, so that's where it becomes more important. Seems like over time, the bulk line has really just become an area where players like to be on their safety shot, get on that right side of the bulk line. We do throw a shootout tournament here in the Vancouver area come December. A / Christmas party shootout tournament. And in that tournament, if you are to foul, it's ball in hand. So our good friend Dave Daly, actually down in Seattle, he's run a few snooker tournaments. Let's us know that he was playing a 6 reds, and he introduced, just to expedite the play, that any fouls would be ball in hand. And he said, boy, that was dangerous with only 6 reds on. And we also have tried Survivor Snooker out here on the West Coast. When we allude to Survivor Snooker, it was just 5 frames. The first frame would be 15 reds. The second would be 10. The third would be 6. If there's a 4th frame third, if we go to a decider, a red ball goes halfway between the pink and the black. So we had some players in it. The jury is still out about it. But you all got to start somewhere. I think the shootout was very ridiculed at the beginning, all the purists. Some still feel that same way, but some have adopted it, that it's a nice little variety on the game. So, Omar just waiting for Karam Gill. Karam Gill's a potential semi-finalist. I know someone was asking for my predictions, but Karam definitely knows his way around. He's in tough against Malad Sonji. Malad Sonji is the brains behind QPAL. Him and his team have done a great job.
Poland Miss Dermat 4.
And in this tournament, when a player is in a snooker, It's 3 attempts, 2 putbacks. Yeah, player of Omar's ability. I'd be surprised if he missed it again. And he's got a good result. Sometimes, you know, these players can get out of snookers, but the problem is, where's your cue ball in relation to the object ball? He's got a nice cue ball up against that bulk cushion. It's just tough to tell from that angle of the yellows hiccup at anything. From Josh Cranton there. Yeah. Thing goes, just a little dump shot and judged nicely actually. A bit harder and that might have popped up, giving Dermat a nice red into the top right corner. He does have red into the right middle bag. At an angle he might be able to run through, potentially beyond black or pink. Now you gotta just create a substantial break here for Omar. Just keep Dermat in his chair thinking about that mistake. It's a putt I think he should have had. Oh, and that's a putt Omar should have had. Nice.
One.
I'd love to have been straight on that pink. See the angle there. Cue ball's gonna go up table the bar area. Just letting Ken Jewett take his shot, as you can see in the top of the screen there. It's a beautiful room here at Top 147, but they've got 7 snooker tables. They do take up a lot of room, so every once in a while,
Spin ball.
you just gotta let an opposing table play on. But here we are.
Seven. Dermat 7.
And he's got the snooker. Done well to miss the yellow and not going off. Just worry about the brown for the shot to nothing for Dermat into the top left. SC Manhattan, unfortunately, is a bit tough to see from my vantage point what the score is on table 4. That's on the other side of the room, and those tables are actually equipped with the old sliding scoreboards. The 3 tables here we have in the main part of the room do have the digital scoreboards, so they're a little bit easier to see. And great opportunity for Omar to take this frame and match here. I think he'll be quite upset with himself if he's not able to do it.
Nine.
I'd love to have rolled on a little bit more or a little less. It's kind of just in between there. He does have the yellow on, but have to get good position on the green.
Omar 18.
Yeah, hopefully in the future SC Manhattan we could have maybe a runner or 2 in the room, because that scoreboard is far away from my vantage point. That's just gone in. I was almost hoping that that dreaded earthquake was going to hit and just help that green, but didn't need it. It finally found the bottom of the pocket. Very slowly but surely. That's a nice little flick on the blue. Thank you, Lance Brauman, for checking in with those scores. Much appreciated.
Well, and Miss Dermat 4 free ball.
So this is going to back. No real advantage taking the free ball on. Obviously, if a free ball is awarded, Dermot have the chance of electing either the blue, pink, or black as his brown. The one thing you cannot do in a free ball situation is roll up behind the free ball, unless you're on the final 2 colors, the pink and the black. It's not the greatest place to be. He's inching his way back. Only 5 points in it, and 18 on the table. Dermot needs them all, and Omar just needs pink and this blue to take the frame and match. And Omar quite happy that that black is relatively safe on the right side of the table. Oh, has a result there. Oh, luck of the Irish, possibly. Still another big pink here. Just hit it at a good pace. Don't sell it out in the jaws of the pocket. 41 apiece. 13 on. Oh, that was almost a great cutback double. So pink is kind of really a no man's ball right here. Both players need both of these final two colored balls to get the frame. I think Dermat's going to be in a bit of trouble. Let's see if there's an angle there. Now down to the black. How's your nerves? Might just try and cut back double here. Well disciplined. Even though he has the one frame advantage, doesn't want to give his opponent a hint and take the second frame and force us into a decider. Omar wants to get this done in a whitewash. 2-0. There of Dermat. Sometimes he hits it around, and there are 6 pockets, so when balls start flying around, you never know. So I like the tactical side of Omar. Just trying to force Dermat into making a mistake. Yeah, he's got a double here with the element of safety. Cut it back. Right in that right middle. But once again, just grinding it out. Just acknowledging with the tap on the table there. If you want to see any results as they come in, head over to bcbsa.ca. Click on the events tab. You'll see the BC Open there. When you hit that tab, that will transport you to the QPAL app. You'll see all the results. You can see as well the groups where each player stands, what they need to do to move on. Obviously, moving day here, there could be some tie-breaking scenarios. Obviously, head-to-head comes into play, frame differential, and if by some strange occurrence all of that is tied, we could have a blue off the spot tie-breaking procedure. Always a exciting thing that goes on in the room. So, don't expect Omar to take this on. We did, and he's got it. Wow. Now it's great stuff by Omar Balsera there. He knows when to turn on the offensive, turn on the tacting. So he's got one match into the good. Dermat's going to have to fight back. Not sure where he stands, but we're going to step aside. Looks like it's about 20 after 11 here on the West Coast. Our next match will be Blair Major going against Andy Teese, but Andy is in a match right now, so about 12 p.m. is when we're going to come back and have some great snooker action here from the 2026 BC Open Championship.
Have time to drink some coffee.
Hey everyone, we're just going to recalibrate our cameras and just switch over to Karam Gill and Milad Sonji. So a little bonus coverage, so stand by everybody. We'll get into that in a few short moments. Looks like in this match, Karam Gill is up a frame, and he's leading the second frame 60-18. And there's 35 on the table. So lad is in the snooker's required stage. And he might have one here. So Carm grabbing the swan. Doesn't make a lot of appearances. Gonna really worry too much about that. And this is a tough table for Malad. He's fortunate that that pink, as you can see, just off the cushion. It's a good spot for a snooker, but give it a shot. Well, that's a nice red there, and that should do it. So the handshake's there, so Karam Gill is looking impressive. Usually is more etiquette, obviously, let the player run out. So, once again, we'll step aside, and looking like potentially high noon when our next match comes on. Our featured TV table with Blair Major against Andy Teese. So join us then. So this is your cue to go get a nice cold drink or a little bite to eat. We'll be back in about 30 minutes time.
says, "Did you show him the rules?" I showed him. And he goes, "That he's good." Okay, well, so
Do you have a building with you every day?
Larry Anderson's over
Oh,
there.
oh,
He showed him actually this document. He had this written in that it's 3 times 3
okay.
minutes. So why is he disputing that? I have no idea. I have literally nothing here. I can't explain that. Because that's tough to explain. You're talking one side, they're talking the other side.
got such a high ceiling, you
We
know.
have same.
Oh, I see. They should, if they had fans to push some of that heat back down, it would help.
So it's already 12. Can I start set up him?
Getting ready is just, I think the appendix will go after. Well, you mentioned McDonald didn't get us anything.
Well, I don't even
I think that's good for a one-game loss.
Hello, Kale.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2026 BC Open Snooker Championship.
Head.
And there's our referee,
Who's on
Hannah
break?
Lisovenko, doing the coin toss. Great match here between Blair and Andy Z.
Player on break. Just a second. Yeah, we could.
Another round robin affair. Blair actually has the high run of the tournament. This is a bit of speculation as he did it over at Van 147 yesterday. It might be a 77 as we've heard, but we've heard other reports that it's an 86, so hopefully we can clarify that. But 77, 86 either way. Blair Major does have the high run of the tournament so far. And Jay Gray's sweater chiming in. Is there a place where you can see the draw? Yes, if you head over to bcbsa.ca, that's bcbsa.ca, and click on the events tab on that website, you should see the BC Open. Click on the BC Open, and that will catapult you over to the QPAL page, and then you'll see all matches that have happened. Unfortunately, there's no in-progress match scoring. You only will see results and what's coming up on the website, but hopefully that's a good source for all your tournament needs. Andy Z does a lot of playing out of the Star Snooker Club, just located about a 5-minute drive away from us.
Eight.
Eric Lee is the owner-operator of that room. They got 3 star tables. We appreciate their great help a couple of years ago at the BC Open. It's the first time we went into 2 venues. There's a lot of interest in the sport out here on the West Coast, so we get a lot of entrants. So we need lots of tables. And these tables take up a lot of space, so we're really appreciative about all the rooms that come and help us. Top 147 has definitely been the mecca for many years. For a long time it was kind of the only room where you could find some good snooker tables, but a lot of people have jumped in. As I mentioned, Snook D
And
that we were last year for the BC Open, and Star Snooker, as I mentioned, and our other club this year that's helping us out, Van 147. So great to see more and more rooms opening up. And it is nice to see that we are showing that events can be done over multiple venues. Obviously that rises on a lot of help from people, so it's great that we're getting a good team together.
one.
There is a lot of national tournaments. Sometimes they want the tournament just to be in one room, but there's not a lot of places that have 8 snooker tables. In North America, that is. Corner Bank and I believe Master Q in Ontario. There's 7 tables here at Top 147, so that's the most. And there's a room in Sacramento, and also in Concord, California, and Embassy. Stephen Wong's great room, so. It's just nice to see that rooms are opening up and they are putting snooker tables in. And I think they need to also put the Chinese 8-ball that's becoming pretty big. That might be the next big thing in Q Sports. It's growing in popularity quite exponentially.
Nine.
So Blair is ahead of this group. He's got 2 wins. Andy, unfortunately, he really needs this one. This is going to be his last match. He's 0-3. Looks like he lost a nail biter to Milan Banji, his previous match.
Good, Ian.
But this is a great opportunity here for Blair. It's just mindful of the other table that's in action. Looks like he has a slight angle to just stun down. Good for an Eric Tang just getting in the camera way there,
Fourth,
but
Ian.
Blair does always comes hungry to these events.
Anyone?
Well, not Looking for that red above the black spot. Good angle on this red. It's a little tricky with the rest and using the mini butt. Just needs to come off the cushion to be on that black after this red. Mr. Juice put a little juice on that. Obviously, in creating that action with the cue ball, you gotta be so precise. When you're hitting center ball, can have a little bit of air and caution. Ooh, Andy. Oh, it's gone from bad to worse there, as you can see right there. That red is primed to go into that same pocket where Andy faltered. Stunned in disbelief. Is there a kick or something? That had a bit of dust on the table. No, Blair's been around the game for quite a while. He was over at Star, where the consistency definitely is top notch at band 147. They've got 6 beautiful star tables. Over at top 147, they've got 2 new Rassons in the room they're playing on right now. One is for the TV table. There are 4 Rileys and 1 Schindler, so there are some different tables in the room, but the experienced player won't take long to adapt. Just ran out of juice. Looks like he's got the pathway there. Just a little tricky to tell from this camera angle. I think it goes past. It's got to go past. He's gearing up. You can see our roving referee over there, Frank. He's doing a great job. He's actually reached out to me, very keen on refereeing. So hopefully we can see a lot of them. There's been a good bunch of players here. You know, it's fierce competitiveness. We do, in this game of snooker, do pride ourselves on sportsmanship. And we are getting some new players in here. So I think some of our more experienced players have a duty to carefully and politely instruct some of the newer players. You can always get that rule book out. It's funny, the one thing that they don't teach you, or not written up in rule books in any sport, it feels like, is etiquette. Obviously, players should know that, you know, you don't want to stand and move around in the line of the shot of your opponent. Don't chalk your cue while they're down on the shot. These little things that aren't in the rule book, but you kind of need to be taught. Or
Yellow ball.
seems like we just, maybe in North America, because we do get a lot of new players, just put a little etiquette video out. Lusavenko coming over Potentially for the mark, but it looks like Blair can get to this red on the top cushion. Just glance on the left side, take 2 cushions, get back into bulk. Clever little shot there. Not sure if he fully saw a little raise of the hand there. I don't know if that was the full intention for Handy, but he'll take it.
Six. Call. Andy 6. Blair 4.
Okay, might be in a bit of trouble here. Blair's got ball in the hand in the D. Red's nicely there. And as well the black.
One.
Definitely. And don't call Blair Mr. Juice for nothing. This is straight on. He's definitely going to get into it and draw it back severely.
Eight.
He's done well with that cannon in the reds. There's almost a lot like Jimmy White, actually. He does cue really low on the ball. I think almost every shot he's going to do is a deep screw.
Nine.
It's both of these players' first table or first match on this table, so a little. They're just not getting the speed super dialed in. He's close. Obviously, he would like to come onto this table on Sunday afternoon. So that is the scheduled time for the championship, 3 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time on Sunday. That's when we're looking for the final.
11.
But definitely stay tuned to the broadcasts. Really, at the end of today, we've reached the halfway point, and as some people like to say, the real tournament has begun because it's the knockout side. It'll be starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow. 9 a.m. Just make sure you set your clock. We're probably going to be streaming on Ox Billiards throughout the tournament, just because, as we've mentioned, there's some issues with the BCBSA YouTube. Just some permission from YouTube.
Twelve.
Yeah, the room at Top 147 has now opened up, so players might have to contend with a little bit of the public. The crew here has been fantastic, making us feel at home.
Blair 12.
But they do have to make some money, so some of their Chinese 8-ball tables and 8-ball tables will be busy. Just got to be a little mindful of that red that he's queuing over. This should be a relatively easy starter for Blair. Can hold for the black.
One.
Frank, yesterday it was 3 attempts.
8.
No, that was a foul.
8.
Yesterday was 3 attempts, but after the foul, 3 white attempts. So I think the ball, how to do that, it's only 2. Yeah.
And pool junkie and our good friend Blake Martell tuning in all the way from the Bison province, Manitoba. Thanks for the kind words, Blake. Hopefully someday we can see you out here. I know we don't have all the riches in the world for the
Blair,
BC
8.
Open. Obviously, as I've stated in the broadcast, this is a tournament really just to get players out there and playing and get some competitive edge. But there has been rumblings, obviously, in the chat yesterday, talking maybe a big tournament is on the horizon out in BC. Maybe they can put something together. Because we do have some great serious players that really take it seriously. And there's a lot of players around this great continent, but the tough thing is the travel. And lodgings, can be quite an expensive tournament. Looks like Andy's just awaiting player. It looks like Namo on the adjacent table. The referees kind of chime in a little, wondering what was going on. Again, he let a referee know that he was waiting for the player to take the shot.
1.
That does come down sometimes to a referee's call, that time wasting is actually a severe penalty in this game of snooker. I believe you can first start off with a warning. As I've noticed, you could be time wasting here. If I feel you keep up the same habit, it's a frame penalty. Not just the 4 points, so. You hardly see that call, 'cause, snooker is not the quickest of sports, but if someone is actually deliberately wasting time, it is an infraction. SC Manhattan is curious if there's any females in this year's Open. Unfortunately not. No, I do miss that contingency. I wish that some more ladies would come out. I did try to initiate a BC Women's Snooker Championship early in the season. I got a little bit of feedback. Unfortunately, it overlapped with the pool tournament. Hannah, our referee, her young daughter Margot was in last year's BC Open. Hopefully she's doing well, but she's missed at the tournament. Definitely a good shot. Definitely the future would look bright, and hopefully she could inspire other young women. We've got a slew of great players out here. Marianne McConnell and Kathy McDonald, just to name a couple. I'd love to see out here on the bigger table. But believe those women are from Vancouver Island, so it's as I go back to travel, it's tough. So Blair with a 14-point advantage and 35 on the table in this first frame. Best of three. Yes, do appreciate all your comments and questions. Feel free to bring them in if you have any support either for Andy or Blair. Feel free to cheer them on. Any updates? It looks like the Canadian National Tournament will be going on in the latter part of May, early June. So that's great to see. A great event will be at the Corner Bank in Toronto, Ontario. Tell you as well, the great Pan American Championship, the Open and the Senior event is going back to Brazil this year. So that's your heads up. Entry still available. Winner of the senior events plays in the World Seniors Championship at the Crucible Theater right after the World Championship concludes. And if you're on the open side of the PASTA Championship, you'll get a 2-year card like the Canadian Sahil Nair did a couple years ago, and Igor Figueiredo did this past year in Sacramento. So it's nice to see that snooker players on this side of the Atlantic can achieve their dreams playing in the big leagues. SC Manhattan is asking about, do we plan on covering any of those future Canadian events? If you're talking about us team, like myself, David Burney, and Lance Bromlin, streaming producer, as well Christian Youngers, we kind of got a trifecta, the three of us. Really like to put together a good package for everybody. And yeah, we would be happy to if they would reach out.
One.
I'm pretty sure if the Canadian Billiards and Snooker Association ever decided or took a bid from a room out west, we probably would be in the driver's seat to do that event. As myself and Lance are West Coasters. And we have Rob Richards over in Ontario. He does a lot of coverage for snooker events there.
6. No, 6.
Just a little pacey. But just having a look at the score. He's up by 20 points and 27 on, so doesn't have the frame right away, but if Andy's to falter and give him a chance, I'd be surprised. Very nice snooker there. So looks like referee Lesovanko will come over and just mark it. We'll definitely reach out to them. SC Manhattan's telling us to reach out to the governing body in Canada so we can cover the Canadian National Championship. This is my YouTube resume is outstanding. Much appreciate SC Manhattan. As I tell everyone, I have Mike will travel. It's amazing the places I've been to with this sport of snooker. Never thought I'd be in Brazil. I was in Ireland last fall. I think we're going to be going back there for the Nina Open. As countries begin to grow in the Pan American region. There'll be probably more countries. It's going to be a free ball, it
Ball
looks
means
like.
free ball. Andy 4.
Steve McAllister out there in Ottawa. Great to hear from you. Thanks for the kind words. That club out in Ottawa, it participates in the National Snooker League. That's a new thing this year. Snooker team out there in Toronto area has put that together. I believe I had 10 clubs participating. Van 147 out here on the West Coast is participating. So an interesting structure. It just seems like everywhere you turn there's a lot of great snooker action going. If that a bit more pace, it would have been there.
Colin Smith. Andy 4.
This is Blair's last attempt. Does have to be a worthwhile attempt. Can't just really play a dumb shot, or he'll go back in this position. But that is obviously on the referee's discretion.
Called Andy 4.
12 points has allowed Andy to really get back into this first frame. As you can see our friend Namo on there on the left side of the screen. Blair just allowing him to take the shot. Gives him an extra moment or two just to think about this yellow. It's a pretty thin cut there. Oh, Blair's coming over to look at the potting angle, so. Yes, Steve McAllister tuning in and letting everyone know about the great news about the Crucible in Sheffield. The World Championships will be there till at least 2045, and they're putting a big, Andy, putting a
Called
£45 million expansion there. So there's going to be 500 extra seats, so a venue that has 1,500. Our good friend Dave Daly was showing a little mock-up what they were doing. It looks like it's a full round, almost like the old stadium in Goffs in Ireland. One thing when I was looking at the picture, it seemed like, well, where do the commentators and the photographers go? But the big question for all of you, I will be in Sheffield this year. Will you be there? Love to see some more North American snooker enthusiasts. And maybe even some of our friends that have tuned in from overseas. There's always a good gang of us that get together over there. Mark Williams, not that one. Hugh Grant, not that one. The Michael Pac-Man. And Dave Daly. Yeah, kind of all live in different places. I see Dave maybe a bit more than I do Mark, Hugh, and Michael. But it's always nice to come back. Oh, nice long yellow there.
Sure.
I think he's just all right. He's away from that brown. He's not carrying over top of it, and he's got the angle to get on the green and put this in its own pocket.
5.
Okay, this would be a steal for Andy here. Yeah, these frames come down to the color.
9.
This is always tough. He doesn't need the black. Just gonna stay around the bulk area and get blue and pink. Don't leave it. Oh, is it going back for a fluke? Oh, wow.
14.
Give it a hand to apologize.
And 13.
So, obviously fluking the blue in, he wasn't going to really be on prime position for the pink. See Manhattan chiming in, that's a bucket list event for him. I think that's a bucket list for everybody. If you're a snooker fan, head over to Sheffield, late April, early May. The town just really embraces the snooker. And just everywhere you go, everyone's talking about it. It's a buzz in the streets. Great atmosphere. As well, what makes the sport so great is there's a lot of players that you can bump into and just have a decent conversation with. The steal could be on, and it is. That was a big loss there. Let's see how Blair can rebound when we come back with frame 2. Yeah, just while we're getting for the second frame. There's no problem, Steve McAllister, with your questions. Yes, we are being played in Richmond, as he asks. The name of this club is Top 147 Snooker and Billiards Lounge. Years, it's, I think Jonathan's son, who's the owner-operator, at least has been here, he says, 10 years. Now, they had previous owners before, and I don't know when they fully set up Top 147. As you can see, their logo there. I think I played in my first BC Open here in 2014, I believe, 2015. It's a great tournament. Went undefeated. Didn't lose a coin toss. I lost every match I played in, but it was good fun. Didn't get discouraged. I kind of pulled up my socks a little bit, as a lot of these players don't know that I play. I do play a little bit, not to the caliber of them, but I do play and enjoy the game. But I decided to put the queue a little bit aside to help organize events in British Columbia, and as well provide some great commentary for the sport, so all of you can sit back and enjoy, take a load off, forget about what's going on in the outside world, because this is our world. 6x12 table draped with a green baize. Blair might have been thinking about that open red on the left side. It's risky. Looks like Andy was going to try and take it on. NASCAR Graham tuning in. Hey, welcome for the stream. Glad that you're enjoying it. Glad to hear that you're playing out in Aldergrove today. It's maybe about a 45-minute drive away from us. Stuff in some parts of the country in Canada, it's quite a trek to find a snooker table. Our good friend Brady Golan, when he participated in the BC Open, Brady's now living out in Alberta. Hopefully he's doing well. We do miss him and wish him the best. But when he participated in the BC Open, he was living in the interior of British Columbia. And he was letting me know it actually took him a 2-hour drive to the nearest snooker table. So we're definitely spoiled a bit in the bigger cities. Blair, who plays up in Prince George, that's probably maybe about a 8 to 10 hour drive away. They do have a snooker table in the club there, and you do find a lot of snooker tables in Royal Canadian Legions and Army, Navy, Air Force halls. And there's some good websites out there that you can that have built up some locators for snooker tables throughout Canada and America.
One.
That's a very nice shot there. Just didn't want to have the push shot there. Really had to cue up high, and was successful nicely with a great red. It's got a little bit of a blind cut on this black. Going back and looking at this wild red that Blair had. Great stuff there. Steve McAllister asking about Kevin Robitaille. Yes, Kevin is still around. He plays a lot in the Lower Mainland Senior Snooker League. They play on 5x10s at community centers. As well as SC Manhattan's one in what's in Aldergrove. Is it a Legion? I believe it is Legion, but NASCAR Graham probably would know the best place as he's playing in Aldergrove right now. If you want to pipe in and let SC Manhattan what's going on in Aldergrove. Doesn't look like Andy was going to take the bait of cutting that red into the right middle.
Foul. It's foul. It's double kick. Yeah. Yeah, it's foul. It's double kick.
The ball moves away. They can't double kiss him.
Because I don't have to explain that. Your ball goes 2 times with your cue. That's my opinion. It was foul.
You say he struck the ball over. The ball struck the cue or something.
There might have been a
It was
push shot
like
here.
that. 1 and 2 and then.
It was already off and gone. Horrible call.
Yeah, absolutely horrible. Call and min.
Interesting call there.
1.
Referee's opinion is the final there. Obviously, there can be a protest after the match. Hopefully, it doesn't dictate the outcome too much. Hopefully, it can be deep in the past. Player's just got a few deep breaths.
9.
Yeah, personally, I did not see it directly. There's a lot of hats that I'm wearing there, so I wasn't fully able to see. But our friend Steve McAllister chiming in that it wasn't a foul. He didn't jump the ball. It was just a miscue.
And you 9.
But that's, you know, we like to see hopefully everything be on the... Well, now it looks like there's some debate in the chat, which is good to see. Some people are for foul, some people are against. The referees are trying to get everything absolutely correct, but they are human like all of us. And we do make mistakes from time to time. As long as they don't make the same mistake repeatedly. So Blair just got back. That's a distant memory. There's plenty of points on the table. He easily can still win this frame. Get him back in this match.
Blair 1.
Looks like Andy's kind of gearing up to take this long red. One close to the middle bag. Might be in a bit of trouble now. Blair's got her red to left middle. And we can draw it back, possibly come off the cushion and be on the black.
One.
A little unfortunate cannon into that red. Wanted to stay clear of it and come off the cushion. Have a better angle on this black.
Well, Blair, 1, Andy, 7.
Okay, thanks for looking back. I see Manhattan just saying he's looked at that shot in question. It looked like there was a scoop, but it wasn't a double hit. Obviously the ball leaving the surface. It's not a foul because other friend Steve McAllister, definitely sometimes when you put heavy swerve on your cue ball, it sometimes can jump. Even when you hit the object ball, sometimes with so much power, your cue ball can jump up a little bit. There's always a little bit of controversy always at these tournaments. And hopefully it all evens out. Just kind of like the flukes as well. Sometimes in a match you feel like your opponent's getting all the flukes early on, but sometimes things can turn around. Snooker gods do watch, and they pay attention. Oh, Blair would love to be on the pink. I think the pink spot might be covered, but at least getting that pink onto the blue spot, much better than pretty much hugging the green. Thought about it a little bit. Still got a red into that same corner pocket.
13.
Trying to plant, or a fly coming in that disturbed him a little bit. Looks like someone was moving around. Wasn't forcing the issue on that. That looked like it was
Black
when.
13.
Decent shot to nothing for Andy. It's got protection on that blue. To block the potting angle. I think on this red, that's near the top right corner. Player having a good look. Definitely if it was on, I think the player would be down on the shot already. Let's give him a little chance. Nice, it was a little flick on the blue. If he hit it more fuller, he might be in a bit more trouble. Well, he's giving player an opportunity. That red near the top corner is still there. Red by the pink.
One. Green ball.
Loved out of that angle on the yellow, but delicate little tap shot there. Steve McAllister, unfortunately, we're not using Cloud Snooker, so there is no live scoring from the other tables. We're kind of a little old-fashioned here. We don't have the tablets, but hopefully in time. Might be another step in the direction of QPAL. That's what we're using for scheduling. If Andy was getting a bit close.
Ball and miss, Blair 4.
I think Blair might have second thoughts, but Andy's been very off on connecting with the red here. So this final attempt here for Andy. Appreciate Lance chiming in, doing some crack research to find the root of that shot in question. Well struck, but he's got a couple of reds. See the two reds there glued together near the black. Bottom one more goes. This is right close to the top corner. The red by the pink. To the right middle. So
One. Six.
nicely struck by Blair to stay on the right side of the blue.
Well, 13.
Yeah, he's opened up those reds nicely. So take this pink long ways into the green. Yes, there is some cash on the line here for the winners and runners-up, and
Left.
when you get into the later stages. But this is a full amateur tournament, so everyone's here for the love of the game, and obviously, yeah, a little bit of money helps, but no one here really is paying the bills with their winnings check.
One.
We do have an ex-pro, John Horsfall, is in the tournament. But we do allow players that have let go of their pro status and been regulated to amateur. They can play. Oh,
12. Andy 1. Blair 6.
I think we're all learning together, you know. We're all going to have our hiccups here and there. And really, we're now getting more and more opportunities, I think, in this section of North America. As we have good friends down in Seattle that put on tournaments. But it can be tough sometimes when you're not doing it all the time. That is, say, refereeing in this case, as the opportunities aren't there. A lot of the time with these events, they are hiring local. I'm pretty sure the Canadian Billiards and Snooker Association would, love to have Hannah, Frank, Anton, Dave, Peter, a bunch of referees that we have here out at their Canadian National Tournament. And the trouble is getting them out there, because it's going to be in Toronto this year, so travel and expenses, it adds up. So we do appreciate anybody stepping up to do anything behind the scenes, whether you're refereeing, scorekeeping, commentating, tournament directing, or just coming in the room and asking us if we need a lunch run.
Six.
Oh, Mr. Juice, double trouble right there.
7.
That might be a little too much pace there, but that's a great shot there by Blair, giving him a chance. Yeah, that's definitely he's going to hold for that red, so. Decent effort, but yeah, just hit the cushion just before the pocket.
Touch the ball.
You do not have to announce touching on a colored ball, only when the colored ball is on. But maybe just a good reminder for both of the players that our referee has said touching the green ball. So if that green ball had moved, it would have been a foul shot. So in that case, that wasn't a touching ball, and so Blair had to disturb the red a little bit. It might have rolled just enough. That's awfully thin. Thinner than a whisker. Wholeheartedly agree there, Steve McAllister, just commenting on the shot in question earlier in the frame. Does not look like it's going to dictate this frame and match. Well, the match maybe, we'll see. Obviously, there might be a dispute if Blair is to lose this match, but this frame he's in the driver's seat. Ahead by 44 with 35 on. Really all Blair needs to do is put the red in, as in this tournament. When they're in a situation when more than 3 snookers are required for a win, it's an automatic concession. That's why you're going to see Blair kind of going for this red. Oh, what a snooker there by Andy. Obviously, when we're in the snookers required stage, this will not go back. And Blair just waiting for number 1 to take a shot, as you can see on the left side of the screen. Blair wants to get around and take a look.
No replay. No replay.
There's no put down.
It's nice to see that Blair offering to give the referee a chance to mark the cue ball, but he had to be remembered that they're in the snookers required stage. Sometimes you can get so wrapped up in a frame of snooker you forget the little things. And down here, top 147, we do have the director's raffle going on. $1 for 1 ticket. It's a 50-50 draw. So if you're in the neighborhood, feel free to come down and say hello, buy some tickets, and you could come away with some good cash. Not sure how much is in the bin right now. Well, one thing Blair didn't want to do is give away a free ball. didn't like that
And you run.
kiss that that blue gave him. So 39 in it, 27 on the table. He can get 3 snookers and force a black ball respot for Andy. That's why we put the wording in more than 3 snookers. That should definitely do it. Yeah, the ruling with the more than 3 snookers, it's just some players are new to the sport, and some feel that the frame is over when all the balls have gone down. Well, a close match for sure, but we see in snooker that sometimes frames can go very heavily to one side. That should be a concession there. So we're headed to the decider between Andy Z and Blair Major. So stand by, everybody. We'll come back with frame 3 of this exciting round robin match. So our next match, after this one concludes, looking to be at 2 p.m., will be Milad Sonji taking on Ronnie Guai. Here we are in our deciding frame here with Blair Major going against Andy Z. Blair's set to get us going in this third frame. A little bit of controversy in the second frame. But it's good to see that it didn't really have a huge effect on that frame. Nice safety there by Andy. Shot he played there, just missed. It's kind of a surprise shot here for Andy too. This is a thin cut here. More, I think, relatively easier shot on that other red into the middle. Might have had a bit of an angle for the blue. If not, maybe that's why he took that shot on.
Ball. And you run.
threat here for Blair to get his frame going. He's faltered there, and he's kicked that red out. Good chance for Andy to at least to put a decent contribution in this deciding frame. Apologize for the little funny pictures there. Not sure what's happening with their camera there. It's been working hard. Hopefully it's you could easily have a little 24 here. Angle on this black. He could come up and open up the pack if he decides. Very risky shot. He missed the pack, he missed the pot. It gets a little 9. Accomplished pool player as well, so the double, also known as a bank shot in pool, is on. So again, he's pushed the red into an easy pot position there for Andy. And blue is just sitting over that middle bag, waiting to go home. Did Andy have blue dreams there? Sometimes you just, with an elementary red, when you're down on the shot, you think ahead to that color. And so many times we've seen that will provide disaster for you. That's an astute observation there. I see Manhattan just commenting on Andy's shot. Might have rushed that. It's quite a possibility. Almost had the classic Bill Werbenek shot. Great Canadian player. Never got the chance to meet Bill, but great cast characters out west, and a friend of his, Rob Johnson, was playing at Rob's house once. Took a red on, potted it, kind of stood up, chalked my cue, got right back down, and potted a color ball from the exact same position where my feet were. And not knowing Bill at all, I jokingly said to Rob, "Would that been a Bill Werbenek shot?" He wholeheartedly agreed. It seemed like Bill was a gentleman that just enjoyed life. Kind of a little sad story at the end, unfortunately. Those beta blockers that he was prescribed to cure his tremor in his back arm, as he felt it might be a little bit better than all the lager he consumed.
Flare 7.
Then the IOC came in, and those beta blockers were on the banned substance list, and World Snooker was following suit of what the IOC was doing. So, unfortunately, there was a rather hefty suspension for Bill, and kind of just didn't turn it around. Because for a heavyset gentleman, he was quite an accomplished snooker player. Back in 1982 in the Australian Open, the semi-finals were Doug Mountjoy, Cliff Thorburn, Kirk Stevens, and Bill Webernick. So 3 Canadians and a Welsh way back in 1982. But it's nice to see that we are seeing a great resurgence. I do apologize for these clips of this visual. Hopefully we can get something working on. I'm not sure what's going on with our camera. Doesn't seem like anyone's been fooling around with it, but we do apologize. We want to give you the crystal clear images. At least it doesn't last too long, and at least doesn't throw us off the air. Just trying to do its best 2001 Space Odyssey effect. We really got to get onto something here. We do apologize. This is some nasty piece of work here with this. See Manhattan, maybe loose HDMI, that's a possibility. Take a look.
One. ball and miss, and d4.
All right, I hope we've cleared up those little technical hiccups. We do greatly apologize for that. Pretty nervy decider here. Ooh, Andy. He got lucky.
1.
What a bit of fortune there. Colossal miss on that red to right middle.
Six. Seven.
Ooh. Definitely hard. Skipped a beat there. That cue ball was close to going into the left middle pocket.
13.
Looks like there is a path there. Maybe there wasn't. Looked really close from that vantage point. Just a little too thick on that safety. It's giving Blair a great chance on this red by the black spot. He's opting for the red into the left middle. And he's gifted Andy a chance. Top right corner with this red by the green.
One. Andy, one. One.
This is a nice opportunity for Blair to get right back in this frame. I heard that on another tip we had a little bit of controversy as well. Blair was taking out some red balls because one of the pockets was plugged and put it on the table just to get that colored ball out, and one player thought that that was a concession. And in some ways you could see that, but hopefully they
Nine.
come to the understanding that the player was just emptying out the pockets. So lots of interesting things always go on at the snooker table. Tough red here for Blair. But he's got it.
16.
That could be the frame and match winner right there. Still got a bit of work, but that was definitely a tough red. It was just off the cushion a little. Green is the only really trouble ball.
23. 24. 31.
They're just looking at the scoreboard, seeing what he needs to do. this black will put him up by 25 with 27 on the table. Just might be all right. You know, a nice little 39 and a snooker there has put Blair Major into the driver's seat of this deciding frame. And he kind of playing spoiler. If he's able to win this match, Blair atop his group at 2-0. This is Andy's last match in the round robin phase. Blair does have one more match today. And how it works out, we already have 8 players in the knockout phase. They will face off against the third place finishers in groups, and the first and second places in the groups will battle off. Obviously not in the same group. Great billiard shot, but this is snooker, Andy. Andy now does need a snooker. Just trailing by 29 points. Obviously Blair coming to take a look to see. Hopefully maybe get behind the brown, maybe the blue. I think if yellow and green go down, I don't think Andy will come back to the table, even if just the yellow goes down. It's only a 31-point difference, with 25 on the table. Needing snookers, and he does. Blue and brown rather close together. Creates a little bit of a wall. He's got the snooker there. Just a little short of pace. I wonder if Blair's tempted to just kind of roll this yellow up near the green pocket. He's got the good cover. If it goes in, he's got the green. hit by Andy. Acknowledged by his opponent. Though has kicked out. Definitely potable position there for Blair. Ooh. Let's get decent result with that cue ball. Glued to the brown, fortunately. The yellow's right there. But then, ironically, unfortunate for Blair, his opponent does need a snooker.
Fault and D6.
So now snookers are not required. So balls can go back. Yellow getting bigger and bigger by the moment. Double is there. And he's still got a big uphill battle, even if he is to get this yellow. No real other troubled colored ball safe, so this might roll down just a bit too much.
Fall and miss and D4.
And you come and take a look at the scoreboard.
Perfect.
Was looking to put it back. You always get tense in these deciders.
Check.
Stars put the yellow in. 21-point advantage. Green is his frame ball. He'd like to get the brown as well.
5.
Brown and blue definitely to make it a certainty.
Blair, 5.
So 24 in it, 22 on. As Blair tempted into this very thin cut with the brown. Pink has gone into an alright position over there near the right side. Decent kind of spot for a potential snooker for Andy. So Blair's just going to have that in the back of his head. There might be a path past this blue into the right middle. The brown, I should say. Past the blue. They're coming, taking a look at the potting angle. Likes it. He's gearing up. When you're that close, it's just so tough. You can just see the victory right there. You can sniff it. Just need to put a good pot in to grab it, and it makes that pot that much more difficult. The snooker and the free ball.
Fault and free ball, Andy, 4.
Sure is going down to the wire. Yeah, I think this is a much better shot there. I don't know what he was looking at with that pink. That's good observation there by SC Manhattan, just soft into the black. Scored it over to the right side of the table.
Pink, ball.
So here comes pink for his free ball. Well, he's got an alright cue ball. It's
touch and go.
Ooh, Andy. Just hits all of the pocket except the important part, the bottom. So it's been nervy for Blair. Should be able to take this brown. Should be able to hold for the blue. Should be able to take the frame and the match.
4,
It's a little sigh of relief there, I think, there for Blair.
black, 4,
But he can get the blue.
5,
I think Andy wanted to squirt that blue out. It's 19 in it and 13 on. Tough where that black is. Yeah, he's just trying to get that black off the cushion. It's in a tough spot for a snooker. I have an angle off this pink just to nudge out the black. He tried, doesn't want that triple. There's the handshakes right there. That's a shoe win. So Blair Major takes this match 2 frames to 1. It was a little nervy here and there, back and forth, a little controversy. Porkus, this is Porkus 3055. It is not Rob Richards. This is David Burney in the booth out here at the 2025 BC Open Snooker Championship. Glad that you enjoyed that match. We're going to step aside for about 10 minutes or so and come back with our next featured match because I think Ronnie Guai and Malad Sonji are getting ready. So we'll just get that teed up for you and be right back. The stream will continue to run. So this is your cue. Go get that cool drink and we'll be right back with another match of this great championship.
Karen?
July and ground.
So,
Oh, July, my July. Okay. Are we live now?
you say make it clear. Actually, anything you say around that table, because of that microphone, I think you can hear it all.
It's a beautiful setup, man. It's really nice.
It works.
Do I need to wear white gloves? I guess so, right? Yes. Can I take only one? Otherwise, my cane's gonna. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's good. Who's gonna call it? Hide your tails. Tails. Your option. You can make him break if you want. Just 2 seconds.
And welcome back, everybody, to the 2026 BC Open Snooker Championship. This is actually probably going to be our last TV match of the day. Uruguay taking on Malad Sanjay. Appreciate Peter Singh coming in to do some refereeing. Peter also was playing in the tournament. Peter actually ran a small little tournament at Choices Billiards a little earlier in the season. It's a tough one to call here. Malad, part of the QPAL team, doing a great job, and we've got the great young Kevin Zhang up there, scorekeeping. He actually was the runner-up in the junior championship we had, Rian Desani, but the sportsmanship of Rian Desani is out of this world. He knew he was going to be gone on vacation, and the friendly gesture, he extended his hand and gave that opportunity to Kevin to play in the BC Open. It's great to see that these youngsters exude that sportsmanship at an early age. Well, this is a big match for Ronnie. For Ronnie's to be able to be victorious, he'll go 3-1 in his group and be assured second place as Karam Gill went undefeated in this group. But Malad as well. If he wins this, he'll be tied 2 apiece against Jackie Liang. And I'm just taking a look to see what the result of Malad Jack A's
Ronnie,
match was. Looks like Jack A won yesterday 2-0, so a couple players are tied.
1.
The deciding factor is a head-to-head. 53-way ties, we get into head-to-heads, we get into frame differential. If it all goes down fully tied, then there's that famous blue off the spot. So it looks like Malad's just kind of plain spoiler here. We are here at Top 147 Snooker and Billiards Lounge in Richmond, British Columbia. Our other venue is Van 147, located at 856 Renfrew Street in Vancouver. Great to see many venues open up. Little hiccup is wish that the newly opened Van 147 maybe had just a little name as we've only had one little hiccup as a player came to the wrong venue, but with the Top 147 and Van 147 teaching these players read that fine print, know exactly where your location of your match is. That's David Burney in the booth. Glad that you're all tuning in on the Ox Billiards channel. We really appreciate our friends down in the Seattle area letting us use their channel to stream this great event. This is the newly formed British Columbia Billiards and Snooker Association, which we fall under. That logo in the top left corner. YouTube was being a little bit of a hiccup for us. It seemed like when we got everything signed up and ready to go, they said we had to wait 24 hours, which is understandable. But then when we chimed on today, ready to go, they said another 24 hours, so not fully sure what that's about. And there have been a few issues with the QPAL service. I think there's a lot of new stuff this year in the BC Open. So some growing pains might have to happen, but we're definitely on the right track. A little bit of twig back there in the back arm of Ronnie. I'd like to come up a bit higher on that loose red bottom of the pack, but he can take this red on and he can open them up. Oh,
Ronnie,
I see Manhattan chiming in, asking about how many players make the knockout. It will be a total 32-player knockout, and goes as follows. Obviously, last year's champion Rex UA automatically is in there. We threw 6 qualifiers. I was hoping to reach out to Calgary and Seattle to run a couple this year. Unfortunately, it's busy, so they couldn't. So we ran 6 in the Lower Mainland. The winners of those into the knockout phase. And our shootout champion, Wang Chen Chap, takes the final and 8 spot in there. And then the top 3 from each group in the round robin stage, as we had 8 groups, they'll move on. And the qualifiers, as I just alluded to, they will play the number 3 seeds from the group, and the number 1 and 2 seeds will play against each other in the knockout phase in the first round. Although players from 1 and 2 from the same group will not play. So Ronnie just allowing Blair Major to take a shot. He's back in action right after a nice defeat over Andy Z. And if you head over to bcbsa.ca, that's bcbsa.ca, click on the events tab, you'll see the BC Open there. When you click on that, that will direct you right to QPAL's website, so you can see the draw there. And obviously a little later tonight, as this is our last TV match, we still have some matches going at Van 147 and here at Top 147. When those come to a conclusion, which also might be around maybe 6 p.m., the draw for the knockout phase should be up around 8 p.m. tonight. And we'll be starting our broadcast tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time, right here at Top 147. Probably looking to get the defending champ on the table to kick things off in the knockout phase. But definitely will confirm with the team behind the scenes, as we do want to give you great viewing audience the best match possible. And we all have our favorites, but it's too bad. Someday we might get cameras on all tables. He's got a funny little rush shot here. It's a nasty piece of work. It's interesting. There are little attachments that you can get on one of the legs there of the cross to make it a bit easier of a break. I'm not sure exactly what that rest addition is called. I see Manhattan just chiming in, just looking at the scores and trying to figure out the break line. Hopefully I let you know that top 3 from each group in the round robin move on to the knockout phase. definitely be furious with that one. Wrist extension. Thank you. Porcus 3055.
One. Ronnie. One.
Correct. Yeah, it's a little V attachment. Our friend Porcus chiming in. He's also a good friend in the community, Rob Johnson. He's developing a rest head called the Gripper, and it seems like it has like almost about 8 slots on the rest head. I believe that might be available online. Not too sure the status of that tool. Unfortunately, Rob can't be with us with this championship. He was a fun gentleman full of stories
One.
and a big laugh. Definitely missing you at this one, Rob. Hope you're doing well.
One.
Definitely a nice flow to this game. Yeah, both players are kind of getting in, not killing it off with one frame, but making little kind of contributions.
Eight.
It's probably the best they could do. What mid-range red into the top left corner. Ooh,
Ronnie. Eight.
he knows he should have had that one. So he's gonna try and get behind that pink. Didn't get all the cookies in the jar, but at least put a cue ball up in the bulk area. But Ronnie does have a rather shot to nothing here. This red open on the right side of the black. Don't think Molad can get by this blue. Tough to tell from that vantage point. Yeah. Yes. Viewers made a point of players are maybe trying to just push the envelope a little bit as they know they're on the stream. It's a different pressure, that's for sure. Most of the guys are not used to being on a stream table. Usually they can come to the room, and these tournaments we've streamed over the past few years, so it's starting to become a habit. But I think you gotta let that subside. For 1 minute you think that, like, oh, what am I doing on the stream? You know, do I have to watch myself? That's just gonna take you out of the match. So just gotta play your match, play your tempo, play your game. Very nicely done. Devilish, Malad. Nicely behind the yellow. Ronnie's going to be in a bit of bother here. Referee Singh coming over, taking a look. Just making sure. You can see where the cue ball will go back if it needs to find this. If Ronnie's to falter.
Foul,
That doesn't have the interest. He's going to put him back. Obviously, he's potential of 8 more points. Could go the way of Malad. So, if there isn't 8 points or more that Malad can get off the miss, he'll happily put him back. This is a better attempt, and it's there.
4 points. Left.
Well, I just need to come off the cushion so gently and be on the blue in the opposite corner pocket.
One.
Yes, we are actually playing miss, but it's not as bad as the pros, obviously, in this scenario, in this tournament. It's 3 attempts, 2 putbacks on foul and misses situations. Sometimes it's a tough thing in the amateur game because I really can drag it out, because if you don't have a referee at the table, you've got 2 players that are going against each other, and you'd hope that they would know the importance of fair play and get the right spot.
A lot. 6.
Still very tight. Only a 2-point advantage for Malad over Ronnie. It's frame 1 of a best of 3. As mentioned, I do believe we'll check with our streaming producer at the conclusion of this match. This might be our last televised match today. Solid long blue. Fortunately, that red is not glued to the cushion. It just looks like there's maybe just a whisker of room between red and cushion. Yeah, he's got a nice result there. Just wants to roll into them. Just delicate pace. Make sure there's enough to get there. This definitely will be coming back.
Foul and a miss. Give a free ball.
Going with the free ball awarded by referee Singh. Ranagoi isn't tempted by it, so he'll give Malad another attempt at it.
Yeah.
Once referee Singh has finished his work, he'll confer with the players. If both players are in agreement, attempt number 2, game on. Better attempt there.
Ronnie,
He's made the hits. It really hasn't disturbed the Reds that much. Oh, it's got to go. It's got to go. As soon as Ronnie got up, he knew.
one.
Oh, where's that cue ball headed? Fair enough. Pulled up just in time.
Lad, 1.
Oh, slim advantage for Ronnie. 7 points in this first frame. 35 on the table. Good to hear we've got some support from Alad in the chat. Let's hear it for Ronnie as well. Good cue ball tight to the top cushion. It's out a little bit. I don't know, has he baited Malad to take this long red? Oh, nearly avoided the double kiss. Very fortunate. Solid hit. It's done them all not to go in off. Build into a big frame when they get down to these colors. That final red. Tension is mounting really high. Could go either way this frame. Loser's going to be devastated. Winner's going to have that little bit of momentum and be 1 frame away from clinching victory. This is a chance for Malad to the right middle. Nicely potted by my lad. I know some people were talking about predictions earlier. I was bringing up a dark horse. And dark horse just came to mind. Eddie Wong. Eddie, who's 70 years old. He's got 2 wins and 1 loss in his group stage, but I think he surprised a lot of people when he played in the qualifier earlier this year. He went all the way down deep into the semifinals, so he is our oldest competitor.
Four.
Would be a bit better on that yellow. Got a chance to. Well, he needs to use the rest if he wants to get behind that brown.
Lad, 4.
No, it's not the snooker, but it's safe. Lad is the designer of QPAL. Him and his team done a great job with that software. It's a new thing to the snooker players out here. A lot of them have adapted it and enjoying it. So it has come from a little player's perspective in designing that app. Definitely in this tournament, players are given an alert 2 hours before their match starts. So slowly becoming a tail of this yellow ball. Open colors in the bulk area. Green's the only one on its spot. Just came in a little short getting behind that blue. That would have definitely been given some sleepless nights. Oh, very nice yellow there by Ronnie. Pressure with it up against the cushion, and it hasn't run far enough to be blocked by the pink, so it's not elementary. There's some difficulty to this run out. Doesn't need the black. But does need that green. 5-point advantage, 25 on the table. It's kind of free flowing. It's calmed down a little bit. Got a little cagey in the closing stages of this first frame. So referee Singh coming over just in case this white ball needs to go back. Obviously Ronnie would not like to see that happen. Oh, there's a shot.
3.
His intention obviously was hit the green and make sure the green and the cue ball are safe from each other, but he'll definitely take a pot there. Trying for another double, but
Ronnie, 3.
yeah, just taking a look at that last shot. Ronnie in the snooker needs to come out the cushion. Raises a hand, as it was a fluke. Here's a chance. That's got Brown right into our living room right here. Great chance for Ronnie. Take this red, or brown I should say, into the right middle. Come off the cushion, have a blue into a bulk pocket. It's nervy in a big BC Open Snooker Championship. Being on the TV table, lots of eyes. You gotta block that out. Just focus on the 6x12 canvas in front of you.
Four.
I think it's going to be tough from this position where the blue is. Disciplined. He's left a long red on though, or red blue I should say. There's no reds, those went away a long time ago.
5.
So Ronnie just going over to his cue space, looking for his just mini butt extension. It's a great blue. A little bit of difficulty using the arrest, using a little extension. Doesn't have to do anything, just all systems go. Put the pink in the bottom of the pocket and you've got the frame. That pink has done it.
11.
So Ronnie Guy takes that first frame. I scoreline of 58-43. Just step aside for a few short moments. Come back with frame 2. Can Malad Sonji put us to the decider, or is it a whitewash for Ronnie? Only time will tell. Take care, everybody. I'll be right back. Just letting our ad roll go there. See our two clubs right there, Top 147 and Van 147 help us out. Ox Billiards, great club down in Seattle, helping us out with the YouTube stream. AMCQ Sports doing wonderful things out of Sacramento. Really creating a buzz in America. Larry Anderson doing a wonderful job to promote Q Sports. He's helping us out. He's over at Van 147 and Parallel 49, a local brewery, doing quite well to keep everyone in the community well lubricated. So referee Singh has set it up, and frame 2 is ready to commence with Malad Sonji to break off. Obviously, Ronnie would like to put this frame to bed. Ronnie's in first with a nice long red. And he's on the black. He's got an open red just to the right side of the bunch.
Eight.
I think he was playing for that red just below the pack there, not the one out on the right. And he hasn't come far enough, obviously, for that salvation of the red just on the outside, so. Kind of no man's land there.
Nine.
Oh, able to get by. Good sight there by Ronnie. Trying to open up those reds. Got a safe red on the outside on the right. But he's developed a couple. Oh, we could tell just as he followed through, he kind of walked with it. So it just breaks down on 16. How's the counterattack come from Malad?
One. Nine.
Good angle to really smash into the reds here off this blue.
14.
So he's got this red into left middle. He's kind of hit it with pace. Wants to hold for the black. Smart move, just running through beyond the blue.
15. A lot.
Fortunate that blue didn't go in. Cannon into the brown. Might see a bunch of red balls going up the table here now. First frame could have gone anyone's way. We're in the store here. And this second frame. Oh, it's a nice cut into the middle pocket. I think everything's held up all right, that he's got the blue and the green pocket. We just can't connect.
Ronnie, 1.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No. Almost thought the blue was going to come back for him. So I'm just waiting for Brian Brown to take his shot. Just see him at the top right of the corner. Looks very calm walking back to his chair, but believe me, he is furious inside. That's just a little lapse in concentration. That's a pot I've seen Malad make more often than not. And now, if you're Ronnie, you got to keep him in his chair. Let him keep thinking about that. Singh, referee, taking a good look as that rest is close to that red ball. Oh, and Ronnie can't convert. So Malad let off. Does anybody at this table want that red? Nice to hear. See top 147 equipped with the extension rest there. Can act like the small rest, but a few turns and extends to become one of the long ones. Red has gone in. Blue is available. White ball zooming around. Tempted for the double here into the left middle. safety, obviously, to glance off the pack and go into the bulk area. Wasn't an option for him, as he does have that red up along the bulk cushion. So hasn't left anything on for Malad. He's got a 4-point advantage in the second frame. Still lots of points, many in it.
One.
Ronnie's in now. This is a good opportunity, at least to, I can see 24, maybe even 30, I mean up to 40.
Eight.
Ronnie just waiting for Brian Brown to take his shot on the adjacent table.
Ronnie 16.
Just floated away. Co-tournament director Lance Brumman just take a look at to remove Kevin because he's got another match. He's doing a great job scorekeeping there. We appreciate it. Look at him, he's got cue in hand and he's keeping score. Just ready for that match that he's got to get into.
One.
Ronnie's off again. Just a little stun run through for this blue into the green pocket. Have that red into the yellow pocket. Oh, he's just clipping it going into the middle.
6.
Something going on with that red above the blue. He just doesn't like it.
Ronnie,
Ooh,
6.
that kiss into the black is going to hurt. He's put the black safe, but definitely an easy starter here for Malad. Shouldn't have much trouble with the red. Just
1. Eight.
very nice black. Like a potential double here.
Malad, 8.
Oh, that cue ball's just going to be out of that cushion, or that pocket, I should say. Almost looks like a pinball machine there. Lots of balls going all over the place. Well, that does have that red to left middle. Just taking a look at the scoreboard. It's trailing by 10 points. 59 in it. Right. Wasting no time. Really likes this long red into the yellow pocket.
1.
Just kind of develop the yellow and green. Likes these blues into the side pockets. Come up table, just gently come off the cushion. To be on the red and the green pocket after this blue. I didn't want to cannon into the yellow. That yellow might have blocked the path for this red to cut into that yellow pocket.
Ronnie, 6.
Well, effort by Malad, but just came up empty-handed. Didn't leave the red on. Oh, beautiful. Pretty as a picture. Just got nice behind that yellow, and this is going to give Malad a few sleepless nights. And referee Singh just taking a look, making sure he knows where to put back that cue ball. If Malad fails to hit a red ball on this shot. And he knows Ronnie's quite the player that can raffle off a break pretty quickly. So certainly wants to get out of the snooker, but also make sure everything is safe.
Foul, miss.
Yeah, Ronnie will happily sit in his chair, as the potential of at least 12 maybe penalty points could be awarded his direction. He's already got 4.
But it's family time. Gotta bring it. Gurgen's playing on this one.
Might be a bit more Ken into that black.
Foul and a miss. 7 points, Ronnie.
So this nightmare is getting worse and worse for Malad. So there was a minimum of potentially 12 with the 3 attempts and not hitting a red, but going into that black, oof, that's a big 7 points. There's a good hit, and it's not bad. Could be a lot worse. That red could have pulled up. It's a very thin cut. Last batch of matches today are all in session here at Top 147.
So because of the new cloth on the 57, can we switch over?
So at the conclusion of this match, we will be going off the air. There's no pathway there. Oh my goodness.
One.
The pinball affair here. Balls were popping up there. Can't believe that went in, and the yellow stayed out.
Three.
Ronnie almost there with the little Judd special. That famous green that he had. I think in the Welsh Open a couple of years ago, Judd had.
Ronnie, 3.
Oh, he's firing it around there, so 30 points in it, 43 on the table. Well, lad still has hope. You're not going to get it all in one shot, so hopefully just slowly mount the comeback. Don't just gift your opponent anything. Got to make him earn that victory. It's definitely an easy pill to swallow when you played your best and just beaten by a better opponent. It's a real tough one if you just give your opponent many opportunities. I'd be surprised if Ronnie tries to take this on into the top left corner.
One.
This is Ronnie's frame ball. This blue will put him up 36 with 35 on the table. Thought he was going to go to his middle.
Ronnie, 1.
Really likes those blue in the middle, but took the long one onto the corner pocket. Take a look at this. Shouldn't be too bad when it's close to the cushion like that. Almost of the mind, find the middle in between the cue ball and the object ball. Draw a line in that middle spot towards that corner pocket and then come back on that same trajectory and shoot that with your cue ball. It's usually known as the two cushion escape, the train track shot. It's done well not to leave it. Another chance from a lad to get behind the blue. Just got on the wrong side of the blue. Good weight on that shot. Well, safe reds. That's definitely very important. Oh, Is it? Is it? Is it? You know, when you hit it that hard, balls are bouncing around. Not great sportsmanship. You know, snooker is more of a finesse game. There are some power shots that you need to have. But actually, really, if you have really good cue action, you don't need to hit it that hard. Not sure if anyone in our audience has been to a live professional event, but that's the one thing that shocked me when I went over to the UK to see my first live snooker event. Is they really don't shoot that hard, but they get a lot of action on their cue ball and run it around the table. Arnie will be happy that that brown is relatively safe on the left side.
One.
Let's see if Malak can just string something together, just give himself some confidence.
Seven.
This would be some steal for Malad. It's going to be tough where that brown is. But if he could find a way maybe just to nudge it out a bit more. But he's definitely got to put all mind on the yellow right now. Just lightly come off the bulk cushion. Should have the green into the same pocket. Oh, Malad. He's just off a little bit. You just kind of wonder ever so little. Malad, who's great program QPAL we're using for the scheduling, does that just creep in his mind, or is he able to block out everything in life and just focus on the table? That's what you need to do. As soon as you start thinking about your dinner plans or doing laundry, you can kiss your frame and match winning chances goodbye. So 29-22. 22 on the table. This brown definitely would seal the deal for Ronnie. Once again, I don't know why he had to hit it so hard. Potential to get behind the blue here for Malad. He's in a snooker, but it won't be going back. This Malad needs a couple of snookers to get back into this frame. Your snookers required stage. A foul and miss cannot be called. Oh, is this some shot? Oh my goodness, what a shot to clear the match right there.
Ronnie,
I know he just wanted to get out of the snooker there. Let's just take a look back at that brown that Ronnie has. Win the match. Just comes off the cushion. See, safe was more important, but and obviously the hand up for the apology of the fluke. So Ronnie Gu takes that match 2-0. Well, that's on G. Unfortunately, might be going home. And that's going to call it a day for us here on the stream, here on Ox Billiards YouTube page. We really appreciate them. It is the 2026 BC Open Snooker Championship. It's been David Burney in the booth. And tune in, head over to bcbsa.ca. Check out the BC Open, probably about 10 to at 8 o'clock tonight. I would bet that that's when the draw will be up for the knockout phase. And definitely come and visit us tomorrow, 9 a.m. That will start. It will be do or die. Winner stays on. Losers will be going home as we slowly make our way to finding out who the champion will be this year. So thanks again for tuning in today, everybody. Hope you have a great afternoon and evening. And until tomorrow, it's David Burney saying good night and take care.